Hello, hello! Welcome back to my stream. So yeah, we're going to be continuing on the big project today of Duke of Earl. That was from Married with Children, for anybody who's old enough to remember that show. Speaking of Married with Children, the Saratoga Comic-Con coming up May 7th and 8th is going to actually have an actress who was on Married with Children who's going to be right in my hometown. Amanda Bierce, who played Marcy on Married with Children, is going to have her own little table there. And also, the childlike Empress actress from The Neverending Story is going to be there too. I don't actually know her name. Like, I need to look it up, but I don't know the actress's name offhand. So it's going to be cool, though, to see her. So Mike and I are planning to go. And, you know, he might dress as Al Bundy and I might dress up as Peggy, because we're definitely going to want to see Amanda Bierce and, like, get her autograph, because Married with Children is, like, to this day, still one of my favorite sitcoms. Like, the humor that they do in that show, like, the jokes that they say are just unbelievable. Like, they cut deep, and you could not get away with that kind of humor today. Like, it's very crass humor. You know, they have every kind of offensive joke you can imagine, but, like, you know, I'm a kid of the 90s, so, like, I grew up with that stuff, you know. I have a thicker skin than a lot of people today do. So, like, if I hear, like, a fat joke, I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, that is so fat-phobic. No. I think it's funny. And I am fat, too, so it's like, if people are making fat jokes, it's like, I don't care. Hell, I make fat jokes about myself. It doesn't bother me any. But yeah, like, Married with Children had just some amazing quips. So, it'd be really cool to meet one of the actor or actresses and just be like, so how was it working with everybody? And, you know, how'd you like being on that show? So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. Alright, so, okay, I'm trying to figure out which parts are like silver and which parts are like a darker tone here, so I can get the armor colored up right. Okay. So, yeah, it looks like all this outer parts. And once I'm done streaming today, I gotta do my Noble Garden stuff, because I gotta get my bunny ears back, because I deleted them because I was like, oh, I can't equip them anymore because it says they're cosmetic and I already know it. And that made me kind of sad. Speaking of, I'm gonna mog my bunny ears, like, right now, because I need to have bunny ears. This is, like, the time. We're gonna do the black ones to go with Alma's current outfit. Oh, perfection. That is too cute. But yeah, I want to actually get, like, the physical bunny ears back again, so, you know, I can equip them anytime I want. I didn't know that now, for all this stuff that says cosmetic, you can't just click on it and have it be worn. You actually have to drag it onto yourself now. And I didn't know that. I was just like, oh, it won't let me wear it, so I guess, you know. And a few of them, I clicked on them, and then they disappeared because they made me learn the appearance. So then there was no way to ever drag them onto my character ever again and own the physical thing. So it's like, well, I guess I did all that farming for nothing. Now I gotta go, you know, because I like to wear holiday stuff anytime. Like, for example, the rose that you can wear in your hair that's from like the Valentine's Day holiday. Like, I want to wear the rose in my hair, you know, anytime I want. Not just during that holiday. So, same thing for bunny ears, because sometimes you just want to be a cute bunny, you know? And hello, Babone, welcome. Gonna be wearing bunny ears at the Monday market tonight. Sweet. Also, congratulations on winning this month's sketch giveaway. I know you put into those things like every month and you haven't won, so your turn finally came up. So it really is, it's all just luck, you know? Luck of the draw. Because I used that wheel spinny thing, and, you know, it's complete random chance. Like, I never know who it's gonna land on. About that is it's just a standard sketch, but let me check real quick, because I will be doing a drawing for the raffle as well, but I'm gonna be doing that drawing on May 1st, and I want to see if you have any raffle entries for this. I think you did buy raffle entries, so yeah, you did. So I will be doing a drawing again May 1st. So if your character pops up again in that spin, then it will get deluxe shaded for you. So you have a chance to win again. You never know. We shall see. Alright, and that drawing will be happening because I did actually hit my goal finally, and actually went over the $40 mark. We're like at $60 because a couple people bought raffle entries, so huzzah! It took like 2 or 3 months to finally get it there, but now that we're there, I can actually do a drawing, because I don't draw for a winner until it hits at least $40 to cover the cost of the sketch. Because I don't do, you know, deluxe sketches for free, because that's like a lot. It's a lot of labor. That's why I do it as a raffle, so it's like, you know, you have a chance to win a $40 project for like as little as $5. And, you know, some people do pay more because they want more entries. But that's entirely up to them. And whatever I make off of it, you know, just helps support my survival. So it's all good. All good in the neighborhood. Whoops, that is not what I meant to do. Okay. We're just filling in color flats still, so we're continuing exactly where we left off last week. Oh crap. Undo. Color flats. Edit. Fill. That's one of those like, oh no, I'm on the wrong layer moments, you know? Those happen. Just want to have different tones here, because as you can see, this is like a 3D thing going on. Edit, fill. And also, how's everybody doing today? I don't know how the weather is where you guys are, but like right now in my town, it's like 72 degrees out there, which is pretty nice. Unless that was just my car, because my car was kind of hot. Let me see what the actual temperature is here. let's see. It is actually 65 right now. But it definitely feels like warmer out. Like it's sunny, the sky is blue, the birds are singing. It's, you know, it's finally starting to feel like spring here in the Northeast, where we live in a land of perpetual winter. So for us, like, spring is extra exciting, you know, when the snow melts and the grass comes out and the trees start getting buds again. Everything comes back to life. Hopefully soon Mike and I can actually go out and like go for walks in the state park again, because for a while we couldn't go for our walks there because like everything was covered in ice. Lots and lots of ice. Yeah, we actually didn't get a very terrible winter this year. Like, it's funny because we got just about all of our snow in March, which is when we're supposed to be like starting spring. Usually it's you know, December, January, February where we get like winter weather. But yeah, this one, it was like winter was just like, hey, I almost forgot, you need some snow. It didn't snow in December, you didn't get a white Christmas, it barely snowed in January, it barely snowed in February, so it's March, let's just get this over with, you know, just dump it all on you all at once. And that's exactly what happened. So we got all of our winter in like the first 2 weeks of March. Like, oh my gosh, it's supposed to be springtime now, but nope, winter. It's pretty weird. There we go. We just added some little shade in here. Do 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 do. And then we'll get some shading under here. Man, these people outside, they talk so loud. Nuke, hey hey, how ya doing? We back to shading, coloring. Working on the armor all the live long day. And the past couple of days I have been doing a lot of cooking and cleaning and errands, just like busy work. Like I had my private art lesson. And then I was just prepping for Easter. It's like, you know, I made cupcakes, I made corned beef and cabbage, had my dad over. Oh, I made a homemade pizza too from scratch. Like I made the dough and everything, grated the cheese, made the sauce. So yeah, it's been fun. Busy though. And then, like, when I'm all done at the very end of the day, I only get to play WoW for maybe an hour before I just conk out and go to bed. So I've been back to working on, you know, Azure Span quests, and so far I'm really liking it. Like, you know, Caligos's story, learning more about Malagos and Sindragosa. and you know, feeling really sad about knowing what happened to them, like their fate, you know. But like so far, I gotta say, like I'm so happy that Dragonflight is not just a terrible slog of an expansion. Like it's so much better so far than Shadowlands was. And I'm still working on my trading post thing. I need like 100 more points, so that's why today I'm gonna just do all of the you know, the Noble Garden stuff, so I could get that last 100 points and get my Elune blades, and then buy whatever it is I can buy. Cause I already I got the dragon scale armor transmog set from last month because I froze it for this month. So that pretty much ate up like most of my points now, so you know, I can't really get anything else. I might freeze the dragon mount for next month, but you know, I'm not really sure. It's like, it's just a recolor of, you know, the Pandaren dragons, and I'm just like, do I really need it? Do I really want it? I mean, I am a big mount collector, don't get me wrong, but like, I also really like transmogs, so it's like, I'd rather just get all these different transmog items than, you know, spend literally all my points on one mount that I'm probably never going to use. So, you know, decisions have to be made. Now, if it was like a really unique mount, like something I don't already have, you know, some new kind of creature with a really cool design, then I'd be like, all right, that is top priority above and beyond transmogs, you know, because cool mounts are always gonna be the number one thing I want. But it's always tough, you know, having to choose with this trading post thing. Like, I really just want to be able to get all the things, like 100% collect everything. So it kills me knowing that I can't. I can't have all the things because it's account wide, so it's not like I can just no life the game on like all my alts and gradually buy every single thing. Because I would, if Blizzard let me, I would. I have an army of alts just ready to do my bidding, to like get me all the things. Now, if only I had the time. That's, you know, finding the time to do all this stuff is a struggle in and of itself. I just have such a busy life. I don't know how my life is so busy, but it always is, you know? It's like, why am I so busy? I shouldn't be this busy. Anywho. Alright, we gotta selecting all this stuff. The way I color is basically select and fill. Select and fill, select and fill. Because it's a little bit quicker than just, you know, doing it all by hand. It's like click, 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 done. At least for color flats. Can't really do that with the cell shading part. That kind of has to be done by hand. The shading and the highlights on top. But getting the base colors in is just select fill. Hey, Chompet. How are you? I hope you're having a lovely day, darling. I don't know why I'm talking like that, but you know. Did the little children wear you out today? I don't know how you do the job you do, honestly, because I just can't handle kids. Like, I do not like children in general. Now, if it was a daycare for babysitting, like kittens or puppies or cute little animals, I could do that. But humans, nah. No, thank you. Enjoy dinner, Babone. I wanted to shove them in a closet and leave them today. That's every day. Oh my god. Like, I just cannot handle kids, like, screaming and stuff. And also, they're just, like, really messy, you know? It triggers my OCD really bad. Like, when I see kids, like, drooling, or if they got, like, boogers hanging out of their nose, I'm just like, ugh. And God forbid if they, like, pee their pants or poop their pants or something. It's like, no. Don't want to deal with that. And then, you know, when they eat, they get their food, like, all over themselves, all over their clothes, all in their fingernails. It's like, oh, it's disgusting. Just children are just gross. No offense to people that have children and love their kids, but better you than me, I guess. If I get 2 of the kids out of my room, it wouldn't be so bad. So do you have, like, just a small handful that are, you know, nightmare children or something? Nightmare kids. 3 of 7 kids are nightmare, though one of the nightmares isn't that bad. I learned how to deter her from being a pest. Aha! Yeah, like, a few years ago, I used to teach art classes at the College of St. Rose. They were just like summer art classes for 2 weeks in July every year. And I would always get at least 1 or 2 kids in my class that were definitely a handful. They usually were on the autism spectrum. And they also had just other problems, like they had, you know, depression or anxiety or Tourette's, you know, just a slew of behavioral health issues. And, you know, I just remember we were doing this assignment, and it was like a really easy assignment. And I make it easy because I have, you know, kids that were like 6th grade all the way to like junior high school. So I know there's going to be a differing skill level, obviously. So I try not to make any of the assignments be like so difficult that the younger kids can't do them. But I had this one kid who had a complete existential meltdown because he couldn't draw Mabel from Gravity Falls. Like, I mean, literally the kid became like suicidal. And I had to call in the other camp counselors and take this kid into the hallway and like sit him down and try to calm him down because he was like crying And then he started just saying like how he hates his parents and he hates his life and he wants to die. And I was like, holy crap, this is like, I have a class of like 21 kids, okay? So like I need to be there for all those kids, me, just one person. And having kids that are like emotionally disturbed like that was way more than I could handle. I was like, okay, this isn't going too well here. I mean, I felt really bad for the kid, but like, holy crap, dude, this is just a drawing class. Like, we're literally just drawing cartoons and anime. Like, this is supposed to be a fun thing, you know? Like, whoa, calm yourself down. It's really not the end of the world if you can't draw Mabel from Gravity Falls. Like, whoa. Luckily, the other camp counselors were able to calm this kid down, so he was able to function, you know, for the rest of the class, and I didn't have any more major issues with him. But there was one other kid in the class too who had some pretty far on the spectrum autism, like really hyperactive, constantly interrupting me, annoying the other students to no end. Like, he was a real problem too. So it was just, I had it was basically a lot of special ed kind of students crammed into the class with, you know, normal students, neurodivergent students mixed with normal non-neurodivergent students. So we had some troubles, you know. Like, there's a reason why they have special education classes and they keep the neurodivergent students separate, because number one, they need a lot more attention. They need one-on-one, and in a class of 21 kids, I could not give the neurodivergent kids the attention that they need. So a lot of them would act out. You know, they had like Tourette's, they had like schizophrenia. I mean, I don't know. These kids had like mental health issues, and on top of also having, you know, autism. So they're like interrupting the class constantly and making it harder for the other students to focus and do their work. And I was not trained to, like, I'm not a teacher, just so you guys know. Like, I am a teacher, but I'm not a teacher. Like, I am not certified to teach, you know, I haven't been trained as a teacher. So, and I'm definitely not trained, you know, for dealing with like special ed students and working with students on the spectrum and this and that. So I literally like learned all this like trial by fire. Like, they just had handout worksheets that teach you techniques and stuff for how you work with students that have these kind of problems. And oh my god. And, you know, for the ones that are high functioning, it's fine. Like, you know, I love my students, and every single one of them is on the spectrum to different degrees, and they all do fantastic work, and they're very bright and amazing people. But like, some of the ones that I had at St. Rose were definitely difficult for me to handle. Like, mentally, emotionally, I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna tackle this. Like, I would literally go into the class before it started and lay out all my materials and prepare myself mentally to start the class. And those classes were 3 hours long. So can you imagine trying to keep the focus of a kid who's like hyperactive, ADHD, autism, Tourette's, etc., etc., etc. Keep their attention and their focus for 3 hours in a room of 21 kids. And then you had to do 2 of those classes back to back, so it was like 6 hours for me having to deal with this, because every single one of my classes had kids like that. So, oh yeah, it was rough. Now, eventually, the College of St. Rose, after 5 years of teaching these classes and 27 years of this summer art camp program, St. Rose finally ended the program shortly before the pandemic hit. So that was pretty much it for me. After that, I just went, completely into private art lessons. And a lot of the students that I have, even to this day, came from St. Rose. Like, they were in my class and, like, they really loved my teaching style, and their parents wanted them to continue lessons with me, so they do. And a lot of them now are uh, just graduating high school, starting college. Some of them just ended college, so they're all like growing up now, and they've come a long way. And I'm really proud of my students. They're doing fantastic work, and I'm really happy that I still have them. But yeah, St. Rose was a challenge. It was nice though. I mean, it gave me a lot of experience. Like, it taught me so much about, being a teacher without even being certified to actually be one. Like I said, I've never had classes on how to be a teacher. I don't have any certifications or anything. I have that experience, and I've done workshops and stuff like dream catcher workshops and little group art classes and paint and sip kind of art classes. So because of all that, I learned a whole lot about, preparing lessons and teaching people either in groups or one-on-one. So yeah, it's been some good experience there. But I know I went on a tangent here. It was just, yeah, being thrown into a room with kids. Exactly. That's how it felt for me. Like, I'm being thrown into a room with a whole lot of kids from a whole bunch of different backgrounds. Some of them wanted to be there and some of them didn't, because some of them it was just their parents were signing them up for stuff, usually against their will, just to get them out of their hair for the summer. So those are the kids that don't want to be there and they don't want to participate, and they will either do nothing or do the very bare minimum. Or they're the ones that are, starting problems in the class. At least for me, anyway. Because I had a few who, they didn't do any work and they were just constantly talking and distracting other students and whatnot. So that was always great. Those kids, I tell you what. Alright, let's see. Oops. I keep doing the select deselect, and I don't mean to do that. Anyway, what was I going on about now? I don't know. Like, it started with just having problem kids in my class, so. And yeah, in general, when it comes to kids, like, I don't mind older children, but like, I'm not really a fan of babies and toddlers and, kids that are not very self-reliant. If they need help with basic stuff like going to the bathroom and eating and dressing themselves and going to bed and all that, like, I don't really feel comfortable or like taking care of small human beings that can't basically take care of themselves. It's like, yeah, like, there were definitely times where I had to like babysit my nieces and nephews, and I did not like it at all. Like, I do not like changing diapers. I I'm not into babies. My kids at younger than one can feed themselves. We just have to change their butts. Yeah, I'm like, I don't like diapers and dealing with people's fecal matter. No, thank you. Man, I remember like in high school, I don't remember how this happened, but I got roped into a babysitting job for like my best friend's cousins. These two kids that they were pretty good kids. Luckily, they weren't, terrible. So like after school, I would go to their house and I would babysit these kids. And, make a few bucks. And I remember the most traumatic thing was like it was a brother and a sister, and the little girl one day when she got home from school, like she was sick and she just like barfed everywhere. And it just smelled so bad. It was like rotten cheese, like sour milk. And oh my god, the struggle, like to have to wash, the blanket that was on the couch, her clothes, and then deal with her like crying because she was super traumatized and upset about it. And, it was just horrendous because it was like everywhere. This was like the nightmare, like the thing you don't want to have to deal with if you're taking care of kids, is them just barfing everywhere. Oh my god, it was so awful. So, like, when I think about all the bad experiences I've ever had dealing with children, I'm so grateful that I don't have any. Because it's like, oh man, I would not have the patience to be able to handle this stuff, like, on a regular basis. I don't think I would. I love, taking care of my cat. Like, she's my baby, and I spoil her. And she's so easy to take care of. Her needs are so simple. Like, she wants to eat, she wants to play, she wants to take a nap, she wants cuddle time. Like, cats are just amazingly simple to get along with and to take care of. So yes, I am a crazy cat lady. And cats are my children. So right now, Bibble is my baby. And she fills whatever maternal desires I have being a woman. Bibble fulfills that need for me, so. I got my little Bibble baby. And that's all I want. I ran out of things to talk about. I'm like a terrible streamer. Like when you're a streamer, you have to somehow, like, I guess, have a list of topics and always have stuff to talk about. But like when you stream, let's see, I don't know, 6 times 3 is 18 plus 6, like 18 to 24 hours a week, which is about how much I stream sometimes. It's like, oh my god, how can you talk for 18 to 24 hours straight? Like, you are gonna run out of stuff to talk about. Nobody's life is that interesting that they have that much to say. Definitely not mine. Oh, man. The only other thing I could think of to talk about is that, hooray, hooray, I went to my yearly bariatric checkup and they were able to get me Ozempic, which I just got today. So that's awesome. I'm very, very happy and excited about that. So for anybody who doesn't know, like, what the heck is Ozempic, I guess I'll go into it. Let's go into some medical talk. So that way I at least have something to talk about. Maybe it's not an interesting subject, but who knows? We'll talk about it for a little bit until I say everything I have to say, and then I once again have nothing left to say. So, apparently these medicines have been around for the past 5 years, but they're pretty new. And what they do is they work on your body's hormones for feeling full when you eat. So, like, your brain does all kinds of crazy, complicated stuff. And when you eat food after a certain while, there's supposed to be like signals that tell your body, like your stomach, like, hey, we're full, so stop eating, you know? And for people who are obese, typically, you know, most people who are overweight have some kind of metabolic problems. Like, usually the problem stems from insulin more than anything. And it's because, you know, you spent your life eating too much sugar, too many carbs, and your body is in a constant state of just pumping out insulin all the time, to where you develop something called insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome, and everything gets thrown out of whack and you get fat. Okay, so, you know, if you're eating processed food, if you're eating carbohydrate, especially simple carbs, and you're eating a lot of sugar and everything, and your body mass index, your BMI, is over the normal threshold, chances are you probably have some of these metabolic problems, and you probably overeat. You probably eat portions that are too big. So you consume too many calories, and therefore you have, you know, a whole excess of body weight, which is also extremely hard to take off, because the more you eat sugar and carbs and things that break down into sugar, the hungrier you get, because every time your insulin spikes to take down that blood sugar, you get hungry because your blood sugar drops and you have to raise it up again. So really, it's a big balancing act with blood sugar. So what these medicines do, these medicines that have been around now for 5 years, is they fix your blood sugar. Like, they keep it regulated where it needs to be. So these medicines are really good for people with type 2 diabetes, or people who are like pre-diabetic, people that have the insulin resistance, metabolic syndrome, obesity, etc. Because they basically kill your appetite. Like, you take these medicines, they're like an injection. It's a liquid medicine, and it comes with a syringe. You actually have to inject it into your stomach or your thigh or your upper arm once a week, and you will not be hungry. So obviously, you know, you're not going to crave sugar, you're not going to have an appetite, and you're going to drop a lot of weight, because it literally works like having gastric bypass surgery. Like, because I had the surgery, I can tell you that I had no appetite. Like, I could barely eat anything. was 8 years ago, and eventually that wore off, and I gained back like 60 pounds out of the 100 that I lost. So this medicine is like giving me a second chance, you know, because I've always had like a gnarly appetite, and especially with my monthly cycle, I get hormonal hunger, and it's terrible. It's like, you know, just feeling hungry all the time, and then craving things you shouldn't eat, you know, the carbs and the sugar, the addiction foods that really just pack on the pounds. So yeah, this medicine regulates your body's hormones so that you feel satiated when you eat. So you can eat just a small amount of food and you feel full, and also you feel fuller longer. And most of the time you just don't really have much of an appetite at all, so you won't eat a lot. And people are losing a ton of weight on these medicines, and they have a huge amount of benefits for people who suffered with like chronic obesity their whole life, which, hi, hello, I'm one of these people. And believe me, I've tried everything. I've done all the dieting, all the exercising, all the eating right, and the bariatric surgery. I mean, the bariatric surgery was my last hope, and it failed because, you know, I couldn't control myself. Like, I definitely have an addiction to just eating. Like, I like to eat. Sometimes I eat just because I'm bored. Or also just because eating is very pleasurable. Like, I just love food. So yeah, I didn't follow the rules that I was supposed to follow them, and I suffered the consequences as a result, and gained back most of the weight that I lost, unfortunately. So, now that I'm on this medicine, I'm really hoping that things turn around. Like, I really just want to get down to a normal body weight and then keep it there for the rest of my life. It literally, for me, it is life or death that I do this, because I know that the longer I stay, morbidly obese, the shorter my life is. And I want to live, okay? I want to live a good while. I want to be around, and I want to continue making art for a long time. I don't want to go when I'm 40 because of complications for being heavy. Because let me tell you, I know this is a hard pill to swallow for people, but you don't really hear about overweight people living to be 80, 70, 80, 90 years old, or 100. Like, there really are no morbidly obese elderly people. They just don't exist. And if any do, they're an exception to the rule, but it is a medical fact. You're not elderly. What are you talking about? You're not like 80. I'm talking about people that are like, you know somebody who's like super obese and old? I mean, I guess Mike's grandma, like, she's pretty heavy and she's old. And she's like 78. So I'm not gonna say that they don't exist at all, but there definitely is not a lot of them. Like, for sure, they're a minority. But yeah, most people, they usually end up having a lot of health complications due to being overweight. So I don't want to end up with that fate, basically. So yeah, I really just want to get down to You know, even if I don't get down to my goal weight, like they want me to be 184, even if I could just get down to 200, that would be amazing. Like that would be like pretty life-changing. I would be so happy. When I worked in the nursing home, there was a lady near her 70s. To get her out of bed, we had to get the crane. Oh my God. To get her out, and we still had to counter the weight when it was used. Oh my God. That's awful. Oh, yeah. I remember, like, when I was a kid, there was some kind of, a show about this guy that was like 1,000 pounds, and they had to actually like carve him out of the wall and use a crane to like lift him out of his bed to get him to a hospital. And I just can't even fathom like how a human being could literally pack on that much weight. Like, how do you get to be 1,000 pounds? You know, like, who's feeding this person? Because when you're that heavy, you literally can't move. Like, you can't. How do they go to the bathroom? How do they bathe? How do they eat? Like, somebody is clearly enabling this and taking care of this person. It's just unbelievable. It's just terrifying. I wasn't there for it. This was after I left. She had an emergency, and ambulance people were called in to take her away. They needed to call in extra hands to lift her up out of the bed and into the stretcher. Wow. Oh my God. And you know the thing is too, like, people that are that heavy, that's really dangerous for the EMTs and the people that have to lift her, because they can hurt themselves. Like, that's physically dangerous for the medical staff. So, yeah, man, that's a tough job. Very tough. Also, here's something you guys might not know. If you are really heavy and you want to donate your body to science, they will probably reject your body. I found this out because, like, my mom wanted to do that. She wanted to donate her body to science, but they wouldn't take her because she was too heavy. Like, she was over 300 pounds. So, yeah, there's that. I don't really know exactly what the reasoning is. Maybe it's just handling a body that heavy is too difficult or something. I don't really know, but yeah, there's that. When I was there, everyone kept telling her to slow down, don't eat so much sweets. She wouldn't listen, she didn't care. Honestly, I would say, like, at her age, being almost 70, like, she's pretty much, you know, at the end of her lifespan anyway, so she's just gonna do whatever she wants. There ain't no stopping her. Like, clearly, for her to be that heavy, she lived her life that way. Like, I do what I want. I'm just glad that, you know, even when I was at my heaviest, which my worst was 330 pounds, which I know, like, compared to, if you ever watched the My 600 Pound Life, that's pretty much nothing. But, yeah, being in the 300s for my body anyway was too much. Like, my body was starting to fall apart. So, you know, I always have a hard time imagining, like, what it's like for the people who are, like, 400, 500, 600, 800 pounds. It's like, oh my gosh. I can't imagine. Like, God, when I was 330 pounds, I had a really hard time with just basic stuff, you know, like walking up a flight of stairs. I'd be winded, and I was always like exhausted, and my feet were swelling, and you know, just simple things like reaching down to tie my shoes. It was really hard because I couldn't even see my feet because my gut was so big. You know, so it's like I can't imagine what it's like for those people who are like double that size or triple that size. Like, oh my lord. That's no way to live at all. What was interesting about her is she worked at that very nursing home back when she was younger, so she knew what it was like. Oh wow. Jeez. She must have, like, I'm gonna assume that for her to get into that state that she was in, that she probably had like some depression problems, because you know, when people let themselves go like that, they're usually pretty depressed. It's like you just kind of give up on yourself, you know. And eating, especially eating sweets, becomes a drug. It's like a coping mechanism. You know, you eat the bad food to make yourself feel better. Of course, it doesn't really work. I mean, in the long run, it's the worst thing you can do. Eat your feelings, you know. I know, I've been there. I remember one time I ate a whole cake by myself. That was definitely at my worst, for sure. The cake was delicious, though, not gonna deny that. I mean, who doesn't love cake? Cake. Speaking of cake, my Easter cupcakes are amazing. And no, I should not be eating those, but there's only a few left, and once they're gone, that's it. It was for a holiday, so I will make an exception for the holiday, you know. Holidays, birthdays, that's when I can eat cake and enjoy it and not feel terrible about it. I love cupcakes. Anyway, yeah, so that's I guess to get back on topic, that's my happy news for today, is that my insurance approved me for Ozempic, and it's really hard to get this medicine because apparently it's very popular right now with celebrities, like people who are not morbidly obese and don't have type 2 diabetes or are pre-diabetic and don't have metabolic syndrome, don't have all these other problems that people like me do have. They're, you know, these little skinny little celebrities that have that like tiny little pouch of belly fat that they just can't get rid of. They're the ones who've been scooping up all of the Ozempic so that the people who actually need it can't get it. So there has been a shortage of this stuff, and I'm like super lucky today that I even got any of it. Like, and I'm also really lucky that my insurance approved it, because most insurances don't cover it, and it's also really, really expensive. Like, I got one syringe, which is, I don't know how many doses is in the one needle. Like, I don't know if it's 2 weeks or 1 week or what. It's probably more than 1 week, but I looked at the price. Like, the lady at the pharmacy showed me how much it costs, and it was like $1,235.99 for one syringe of Ozempic. Like, I can't even fathom. This stuff is so expensive. So it's like, and you guys want to know how much I had to pay for that one syringe that cost $1,235.99? $1. That's it, $1. All I had to pay. So, like, seriously, giant thank you to, Medicaid and my insurance and my bariatric doctors who made a case for me that this medicine is medically necessary and it will actually benefit me and help me in my weight loss. Like, seriously, I am just so ecstatic because for a long time my doctor was like, yeah, your insurance doesn't cover it, and I filled out financial aid forms to try and get it, and just, I've been literally just taking free samples because that's all my doctor could give me. And it wasn't even Ozempic, it was like Trulicity, which is another medicine that's like Ozempic. So I've just been taking free samples for the past 2 months, and I've already dropped 11 pounds. And, doing really well. So I'm just so excited. Like, I never thought I'd be excited to take medicine and to, like, stick a needle in my belly every week. But, like, this stuff really works. And of course, I try to do the right thing too. Like, I just drink water. I eat healthy meals. Like, I eat a lot of protein and vegetables. I take my bariatric vitamins. And I'm, trying to get out and walk. So, like, I am, trying to do what I'm supposed to do. Because obviously, even if you take these medicines, if you don't live a healthy lifestyle, the minute you go off of them, you're going to go right back to where you were. So, like, I am really trying very hard to do the right thing. And so far, so good. The weight is coming down. I can't wait until I get back down to, like, size 22 pants. Like, I don't know, like, for those of you who aren't women, like, if your pant sizes are in the 20s, that's pretty big. So, like, right now my pant size is like 3X. 4X is like a little bit bigger, but yeah, we're up there. We're wearing some pretty big pants. And 22 was what I got down to when I made it down to 230 pounds. So size 22 pants is like a 2X. Which, dang, man, I really want to fit back into those pants. Because they're nice pants. I got some really cool pants. But they're way too tight on me now because my belly got too big. But hey, if I could even get, like, if I get down to a normal weight, then I'd be wearing, like, size 18 pants. Get out of the 20s into the teens, then you're really rocking some nice pants. Party horn! Also, I get my pants from Lane Bryant, which has really nice clothes for, heavy women. Very comfortable, let me just say. Expensive though, so I try to get the stuff off the clearance rack. But really good quality though, nice jeans and stuff, and they're comfortable because they're made for my big old booty. But yeah, we're gonna get back down to size 22. Yes, we are. I was actually starting to, like, look and feel more like a normal human being once I got to that weight. I was like, oh my god, I can actually see, like, my cheekbones and the structure But like slowly parts of me were emerging, you know, parts you never see before. Like metamorphosing into something like, oh my god. Oh, and then the other thing was when I looked down, I could see my feet. I know that sounds stupid, but trust me, like, if you're thin, you definitely take things for granted, but like when you're heavy, your belly sticks out, so like you can't see your feet when you look straight down, because all you see is belly. So to be able to like look down and actually see my feet without having to like lean way forward, that was pretty cool. But then, you know, I started working at Panera and eating those stupid, delicious chocolate chip cookies and pastries and bread and carbs. And Panera quickly packed 30 pounds back on me. Well, you know, but the food was really good, I will say. And their cookies are amazing. Terrible place to work, but delicious. And then after Panera came the pandemic, and well, I gained a whole lot more weight, another 30 pounds, just sitting at home on my butt, getting unemployment. And then we had like people literally coming to our door with a shopping cart full of cakes and pastries that were donated from like different stores. They're like, would you like some cakes and cookies? Like just rolling it right up to our door. So, yeah, that was not good. Me and Mike pretty much almost got back to 300 pounds. Just from the pandemic. That was scary. I was like, nope, I don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back to 300. Like, 300 is like my enemy number. Like, I just cannot get back there. Because that's when everything goes wrong for me. So we're not going to ever go back to that. Yeah, anyway, that's pretty much the talk about Ozempic and, you know, obesity, the ongoing lifelong struggle therein. But we're making progress, guys. I will keep you up to date as more weight comes off. Maybe eventually, when I lose enough weight, I'll actually take a picture of myself where I don't look so awful. That's also part of the reason why I'm not on webcam anymore, because I just always feel really self-conscious being on webcam. And I'm also kind of lazy. Like, I don't really like to spend a lot of time dolling myself up. And I always felt like when I was streaming, I kind of felt obligated. Like, oh my god, I gotta do my hair nice. I gotta put on makeup. I gotta wear nice clothes. You know, I gotta look presentable for people. And I'm really not the kind of person that bothers with all that stuff. Like, in my normal life, I just look pretty frumpy, I guess, you know? I just throw my hair up in a lazy bun. I don't wear makeup. I almost never paint my nails, you know? I don't know. I'm not really much into primping, I guess. Like, I just don't really care. But somehow when you're on webcam for people, it's like, oh my gosh, you know, I look at all these other like women and streamers that are on Twitch and YouTube, and they're like all gorgeous, and they have this fabulous makeup and this amazing hair, and they look like, you know, Hollywood celebrities going on camera every day. It's like, ugh. I don't have that in me. That's not who I am. I'm just a down-to-earth person, you know? Sometimes I would, though, when I was on webcam, I would wear makeup and stuff. just try to like have fun with it, but it's like, you know, at the end of the day, it's just not me. It's not who I am. Like, I really don't care about makeup. Hey, it's a gem! There you are. Whoa, dude, that like troll guy there has wings. That's cool. Which reminds me, there's that new transmog in the shop. I was kind of hoping that they would like give that transmog to the people that have like the 1-year subscriptions, but it looks like if I want it, I'm gonna have to buy it. So that stinks because I do want it. I mean, that transmog is so like ridiculous that I just have to have it. It's very foppish. Oh, Warlord's a Drain or a Druid set. Yeah, that is really sick. Like those wings. That is really cool. I like the hat. Yeah, I really dig that new transmog. Like, it looks like something out of a Shakespeare play, you know? Like some 1400s Renaissance Italy fashion or whatever. When was the Renaissance? Hang on, is it 1400s or 1500s or Renaissance Italy? Let's see, what was the date here? 15th and 16th centuries. So I guess that means the 1400s and the 1500s is when the Renaissance was. So those clothing, that transmog is basically like that. So yeah. So people say the Renaissance started around 1300 and lasted until 1600. There you go. A little bit of edumacation for everybody. Edumacational. But yeah, I was definitely really hoping that transmog would be like, oh, if you have a 6-month or a 1-year subscription, you get it. Like, come on, Blizzard. Give us 1-year subscribers some more free stuff. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Also, there's new recruiter friend stuffs, but I don't got no friend to recruit. So, does anybody want to do recruiter friend with me? I need my recruiter friend stuff. Does it count to do recruiter friend with somebody who's been having like an active account with a recurring subscription? Like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way, but because I used to do recruiter friend with myself. I know that sounds sad, but then for the most part I was just doing recruiter friend with Mike, but like he really just doesn't want to play WoW anymore and I can't convince him at all. Even though I bought him Dragonflight, he will like not play. He won't reactivate his account. He even is like, I'm probably just gonna delete my account. Like, wow. So I paid $53 for you to play this expansion with me, and you're just gonna delete your account, just throw away my money. Okay. That's great. Yeah, Mike has like a hate boner hard for WoW. I don't know why. It's too bad, really. We got some issues. You can only recruit someone who's new, haven't played or subbed in 2 years. Aha. Well, I have like 5 WoW accounts, so I could pretty much reactivate any of them and do recruit a friend with myself. So that might be what I have to do. Although it seems kind of silly, you know, paying for 2 accounts for like, you know, an entire year, because the way recruit a friend works now, it used to be where you can get, it used to just be a mount, right? So you do recruit a friend for like a month and then you get the mount, and then that's it. It was easy. So that's why I used to do recruit a friend. So it's like, all right, sure, I'm paying for this account for like a month. So, you know, basically if you look at it that way, the mount costs you $16.04. Like, okay, that's fine. I mean, a mount in the shop is $25 plus tax, so you're actually getting that mount at kind of a discount, if you think about it. But now, Recruit a Friend is, it's like a whole year. See, look at this, like, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. So, okay, it looks like this time, to get all the rewards, to get the mount, you have to be subbed for, the person has to be subbed for 6 months. So, let's see, how expensive is this mount going to be? 16.04 times 6. That is going to cost me $96.24 to get all this stuff. So, the Rocket Shredder, the Sappy Buddy, which is, it's basically a barrel on your back with, like a, looks like a gremlin inside. And, fist weapon that looks like a, you know, shredder can opener thing. And then a ridiculous looking helmet that I will never wear. And a pet. So, and the pet is, I guess it's okay. The thing I really want though is the mount, obviously, but man, 6 months and $96 just to get this? Oh my god. I would really rather do Recruit a Friend with, like... Oops, my WoW just crashed. I would rather do Recruit a Friend with somebody else, like an actual person, than just do it with myself, because, you know, like, I'm probably not really gonna log on to my second account and even play on it. Because I don't really have time for that, you know, I barely have time to play Amma. So, I ended up buying a second 6-month sub. Oh, is that how you did it? I see. I think that would be a little bit cheaper than paying the $16.04 a month, because, like, the 6-month subs do give you a little bit of a discount. But still, like, man, that is expensive. I'm gonna use the second account as a background dancer for Jam. I guess, you know, I guess there could be some benefit, actually, to me having a second account. Because I can advertise for my commissions on both Moonguard and Wormrest Accord at the same time. So I could have, like, a Zalithia who could be, you know, dancing in Moonguard while Amma is dancing in Wormrest Accord. So, I mean, you know, if I could, like, get a few commissions, it'll more than make up for the money that I gotta spend. So, I wish I, you know, I really wish that I could like use World of Warcraft as like a tax deductible. Like if I could use my expenditure for this video game as a business expense, because I mean technically most of the time when I'm playing WoW it really is for business. That would be awesome, but the problem is when it comes to the IRS and taxes, like, you know, you have to show that, you know, okay, if it's something that's mixed, like business and pleasure, I have to like determine, all right, how many hours am I on WoW specifically for business purposes, and how much money of my WoW subscription does that time actually cost, and you have to like calculate it and figure it out. But you know, it really would be great if I could just use World of Warcraft as a tax deductible. But, you know, Mike is the one who's doing my taxes, and he pretty much advised me against it because he's like, you know, the IRS could audit you because they're going to be like, how are you counting a video game, which is something seen as pleasure, for business, you know? And then you have to like explain it to the IRS and you have to prove that you're just using it for business and not for pleasure. But it's like, you know, I've had this account since 2009, so like obviously I've been playing the game for fun as well. Advertising expenses. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Because I have the 1-year sub for WoW, so that is pretty expensive. But luckily I only gotta pay once a year, so there's that. And I get more than enough commissions to cover it. I'll have to like look into it, because like, you know, they're game journalists and stuff, they obviously mark this stuff off on their taxes, like bellular, like people who have to play the game to report on it. But I don't know if it works the same for like artists, so I'm still learning the ropes. But yeah, maybe I'll do what you did, Jam. I know that's gonna cost me a pretty penny, but I didn't even think of that. Just like get a 6-month sub on a second account and then use that second account as like extra advertising. I could probably say that that's tax deductible because that second account really will be just for advertising and not for playing. So I could tell the IRS that I use one account for business and one account for pleasure, and they're separate. Because with business, you do want to keep everything separate. So that could actually work. So that 6-month sub, I could totally do as advertising expenses. You're on to something there. I like the way you think. I think I could get away with that. to tackle that in a different way. Because it's like he's got like this weird, like just red shimmery outline here and there. So I'll have to tackle that probably like with the highlights or something to make it work. So not with the color flats though. I'm gonna be RB because I gotta go to the bathroom. had destroyed the bathroom. Without, you know, going TMI, let's just say, holy crap. And then also, I also got a phone call from my friend Penny, so yay! But I am back, so we're gonna continue with coloring. And I might have to go to the bathroom again, I don't know. It definitely feels like one of those days where, like, you know, just the body is cleansing itself of like a week's worth of everything. Like, oh my god, I'm just losing so much weight, if y'all know what I mean. I mean, I did eat a lot of corned beef and cabbage, so there you go. At least my digestion is working. Alright. I saw I just had like 8 viewers and it just went down to 7. It's like, oh my god, she's talking about poop. Let's leave. Like, y'all know I don't hold back. I talk about everything on my stream. Nothing is sacred in this space. We will talk about all the things. Also, hello to everybody who's watching. I know that was a very long intermission, but I'm back. Yay! Hope everybody's doing well. It's exciting to see like 7 people. Like, that's awesome. Lately, I don't know, lately my streams have been really good. I've been gradually getting more and more people. Because, for the longest time, if I had like 2 or 3 people watching, that was like a record for me. So having, you know, 7 or more people watching consistently, it's like, oh wow. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming under World of Warcraft instead of art. Or, you know, I really don't know. What's the secret? What's the magic here? But either way, I'm happy to have y'all here, so thank you for being here. Watching someone I know build his vampire city. Oh my god, a vampire city? That sounds cool. Is that gonna be like an Epsilon? You know, if Epsilon would update itself to have, like, Shadowlands stuff, at least, then you guys could totally use, like, all the Venthyr stuff. Sick. Yeah, you should totally get pictures. Let's see. This is also silver. Just trying to get an idea here for all the colors. Gotta do some more color holds too. Because there's a lot of gray stuff, so we gotta like lighten up the lines. Man, I tell you, ever since I learned about the frickin' selection pens, they have like really changed the game for me. It's really nice, you know? Than just always using like magic wand. I definitely love my selection pens. That is for sure. There we go. And also all these like lighter gray tones is nice contrast with the darker base gray. Contrast is everything in art. You give me jams and I give you bibbles. Have a boatload of bibbles. Bibble, 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 cat. I made sure that I fed her just before I started streaming, so for now she's good. Usually she goes about like 4 hours before she starts coming around wanting food. Wow. Alright, let's see here. The leg plates. They're kind of like the darker gray. So these are like lighter. And then there's like these like rusty colors on top. Kinda. So we'll have to work that in, but that's gonna be more in the shading highlighting phase. Because for right now, color flats, it's like, eh. Yeah. Let's get the cloak color flats in. Cloak, cloak, cloak. So today, my goal for this is to get all the color flats done and the color holds and get a good chunk of the shading and the highlights going. And then for the next session, which is supposed to be the last session, we will finish the shading and the highlights and also paint the background. So that will pretty much cover it. But again, I did say that if I have to extend this by an extra session, I absolutely will. You know, if I find that I need a little bit more time. Whatever it takes to make this come out as best as it can be. These little tight triangles right here. Selection tool can't get into these little itty bitty spaces, so you gotta zoom in and get in there. This is something you never have to do with traditional art. This is a digital art only thing where you really like zoom in and you're dealing with pixels, you know? So one might say that digital art is a little bit tedious in that regard. Just a little. Oh, speaking of art, there's a YouTuber that Mike and I really like called Izzy's, and I don't know if you guys have heard about her, but she does like really cool, like deep dive kind of exploration videos into all kinds of topics that are like super niche. Like she had an episode all about Neopets. If any of you are old like me, you know what Neopets are. So like yeah, she did an episode about Neopets, which was really cool because I used to have an account and I had a friend that was like addicted to those things. They're like Pokemon for the 90s, for like the early days of the internet. And recently she actually did an episode all about DeviantArt, and kind of like it pretty much went over how DeviantArt was formed, and then DeviantArt's heyday, and then its collapse. And there was some stuff in that video that I learned about DeviantArt that I didn't even know. Like, I did not know that the company was sold to another company named Wix, and it was like the Wix company that initiated Eclipse. And like, I've been on DeviantArt for 18 years, and I have seen, you know, DeviantArt in its heyday, and I've seen it fall into death, which is where it has been for the past couple of years now. For anybody who doesn't know, DeviantArt is basically a website where artists of every single variety can post and share their work. And the big draw of the website was always like the community aspect of it, because, like, you know, DeviantArt had chat rooms and forums, and you can, you know, comment on people's artwork, you can favorite the art, you can watch people. It was like social media meets art before Facebook ever existed, you know, or Instagram or any of that. Like, DeviantArt used to be the best place for artists to share their work and grow a following and, like, just get to know people and have a fun community, especially if you're into, like, fan bases for stuff, because a lot of the DeviantArt community was really into, like, anime and cartoons and video games, you know, the kind of nerdy hobbies that you and I share. It was the hub of all this stuff. And a lot of artists actually grew really great careers from DeviantArt, because that's where they kind of got discovered and noticed. Like Lowish and Artgerm and, you know, just so many other people. I unfortunately was not one of the lucky artists that ever got any real recognition or notice in the entire 18 years I've been on that website. And I did try, boy, let me tell you. I really tried. I tried so hard to get my art on the front page, to get, you know, enough favorites and deep watchers to, like, put myself on the map. But I just didn't hit the mark, I guess. I don't know if it's because my skill level for my art wasn't quite there yet. That probably had something to do with it. And also, I just wasn't drawing the kind of stuff that would have been really popular. Like, I wasn't making popular fan art for things that people were going gaga over. So that was another reason why, you know, I kind of missed the boat, and I didn't get recognition, really. But yeah, it was really interesting watching that Izzy's video, because I did notice that once DeviantArt came out with Eclipse, and they took away everybody's individuality. Like, you know, we used to be able to decorate our journals and our pages, like use our own scripts and stuff to make our pages, like, really custom and unique. Eclipse took all of that away, and then everybody's DeviantArt page looks more like ArtStation. Like, it looks really professional, really clean cut, dark theme, but, like, everything that we used to have was just gone. And a lot of the features that we used to enjoy were suddenly gone. Like a lot of the widgets and stuff that we had on the page. And people hated it so much that a lot of them just started migrating off of DeviantArt. So there's a lot of just abandoned accounts on there now. And, you know, I kind of had that moment where I thought about it, and I'm like, I should really leave DeviantArt too. Like, I should stop posting on this website. Like, there's no engagement. Like, probably nobody is seeing my work, and it's really pointless to post on there. Especially because I don't get commissions from DeviantArt ever. But at the same time, like, I look at it, it's like, I've been here 18 years. I've posted, like, 2,525 pieces of artwork or media to this website in that time. Like, DeviantArt is literally a historical, archaeological record of my entire online career as an artist. I mean, there's stuff on there from when I was in middle school. So, you know, it's like, I guess I stick around just because, like, you know, I want to keep my DeviantArt page as like a record of how far I've come along. Because it is really cool to be able to, like, look through my galleries and see my old work from, like, 2004, I think, is when I joined. 2004. Holy cow. Yeah, seeing my art from then compared to my art now, and it's like, wowee, I sure have come a long way. In these 18 years, at least I know I've been improving. Like, I don't color with the burn tool anymore, thank God. Whenever I see people who have, like, burn tool coloring, I just want to reach out and shake them and be like, no, don't do it. There's a better way. There's a better way to color. We all did it though, like all of us digital artists, we were all guilty of shading with the burn tool in some version or another of Photoshop. It's like a cardinal sin to do that now if you're an artist online. Like do not shade with the burn tool. This is my advice to any of you listening that are artists and using Photoshop. This is a PSA, a public service announcement to any artists listening. Do not shade with the burn tool or highlight with the dodge tool. Don't do it. Please don't do it. And in fact, stop using Photoshop and get Clip Studio. Because Clip Studio is way cheaper and way better, and it's actually made for illustration. You know, like, why be paying a monthly subscription for Photoshop when you could just buy a one-time license and use Clip Studio all you want? Plus, Clip Studio has 3D posable models. And no, I am not sponsored by Clip Studio, but I swear by this program. I stand by it. So, and if you already use Photoshop, it's really easy to use Clip Studio. Like, there is almost no learning curve. Like, I was able to switch over really easily because it's almost exactly like Photoshop, especially the way things are laid out. So it's really not a very difficult learning curve at all, which is nice, you know. So yeah, there's my advice for the artists that might be watching today. Don't shade with the burn tool or highlight with the dodge tool in Photoshop, and use Clip Studio if you can. There you go. And wow, that vampire thing looks great. And they did all that with, like, pre-Shadowland stuff, so it looks like they used Gilneas buildings, and maybe, I think some of those trees are from Pandaria, but it, like, that looks so good. That is amazing. I'm impressed. The things that people make on Epsilon is absolutely incredible. truly. Alright, let's see here. So the straps are brown because they're like leather. So get some. I'll take this color here. I've been working on this for a while. Like, seriously, that vampire place looks so good. And the fact that there's no Shadowlands assets, no Venthyr stuff. Like, just they pulled it off. They really did. Original map is Silvermoon City location. That's really cool. See, I have a little bit of experience with that kind of stuff from my days in Second Life. Because I used to build all kinds of things in Second Life. And like texture stuff and everything. So I did get like a little bit of an education on game development, kind of unknowingly, like how to rotate items and stretch them and skew them and move them where you want them, and how to link, 3D objects together. And then I learned how to like put, particle effects and glow effects and all kinds of stuff. It was really great. I haven't logged into Second Life for a long time now. I still have it installed on my computer, but I just never really have any reason to log in anymore, Because it's kind of lonely. Like, what made Second Life fun was I always had friends to go on there with and just, goof around. And we used to do a lot of role playing and stuff. Like, we had a bunch of different servers we would role play on. But all of that just kind of died, so yeah. It's like, if I don't have anybody to be on Second Life with, it's like going into a ghost town, There's really not like a lot of people around. And whenever you do come across people, they're usually just very indifferent to your presence, so it's not like they're gonna start chatting and socializing with you and stuff. So I think a lot of why I haven't really played in Second Life for a while is just it's become kind of like an isolating experience, Because really the fun and the charm of Second Life was just having people to goof off with. Because there's a lot of really fun things in the game. There's, animations and gestures and just being able to show people the avatars that you've been making, like the looks that you've come up with, and, like it's like you want people to see your avatar and what you're doing and be able to go and explore with your friends, Like, check out the different sims. Sims is basically simulator, which is, it's like traveling to different places in Second Life. So I used to really like going to all of the, like, medieval fantasy themed kind of places. So, castles and beautiful, like, flowery fields with rainbows and forests and mountains and... I mean, there's every kind of landscape you can imagine in Second Life, and it's just like Azeroth. It's like... Except, there's a lot of modern stuff in Second Life that is not like Azeroth. And, also, one of the things that Second Life has always been plagued with was porn. So there are a lot of places that are just filled with sex stuff everywhere. Because Second Life is not for children, I guess you could say, Like, there's a lot of adult workers in Second Life that do their thing virtually, so you gotta, like, that's one reason why I wouldn't stream Second Life, because I honestly can't predict what I might see. Like, you can definitely run into some naked people very easily. And they don't just gotta be naked, they could be, like, doing stuff too, because there's literally, if you click on, like, any piece of furniture in Second Life, it's probably scripted with poses for doing, you know, adult things. So, like, you can literally just click on a couch to sit on it, and the next thing you know, you're doing something. You know what I'm talking about? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, it's not a normal couch. So yeah, Second Life definitely has a lot of that. But I do recall, though, that the role-playing in there was so much fun. Back in the good old days, you know? Like, we used to have a Vampire Night role-playing sim. So if any of you have ever seen the anime Vampire Night, I was the very first person to make the uniforms for that. And I had like a monopoly on it for a really long time, so if anybody needed a uniform to roleplay at the Vampire Night roleplay school, they pretty much had to buy the uniform from me. So I was making lots of money. Once upon a time. It was great. My uniforms don't look so good now, like they definitely don't really hold up anymore. But for the time, they were freaking awesome. And I did make pretty good money from Second Life, and I'm talking like real money. I think the most I ever made was one time from my shop that I had. I made like $1,400. Because you get paid in like Linden dollars, which is the Second Life's currency. And then you can sell the Linden dollars on the market that they have and get real money. So I would basically just take a big old wad of like the Linden dollars and just sell them off and get real money. Cash it out. Them's were the good old days when I had like a thriving shop and it was doing really well. And I used to make all kinds of stuff. I made like full avatar appearances, you know, I made skins, I made poofer scripts where you could basically teleport places. I made hair, eyes. I even made a freaking furry lion avatar that came in literally every color of the rainbow because I was trying to like break in on the furry crowd in Second Life because they also, you know, spend a lot of money, and that would have been super duper lucrative to get in on that. But alas, I don't think I ever sold a single one of those lion avatars, even though I worked so hard on them. They were not a hit, you know, so oh well. It is what it is. You know, had to take a risk, had to try. Hell, I even made Amalthera in Second Life, my blood elf. I know I posted pictures of a lot of my Second Life stuff in the server a while back, so I did post pictures of my blood elf Amma. Because I was very happy with, you know, how she came out. I made her blood elfy eyebrows and everything, and her long ears. So it was neat. So right now we're making the gradient for the sword. So we're going to do a nice little gradient. Anywho, but yeah, that's pretty much Second Life in a nutshell. It's pretty much just like Epsilon, really. It's a sandbox kind of building thing where you can literally just make whatever you want, and it was definitely a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. For many years, I enjoyed Second Life. Had a lot of good role plays, made some really good friendships there, and also, you know, sold a lot. Like, I would get art commissions from Second Life. People would buy things for my shop. So for a while, I really thought like Second Life was gonna be the thing for me that was gonna launch my career. Like, I'm gonna make a full-time living from this. And I probably would have, but I did not know how to do like 3D rendering and stuff. So that was kind of my downfall, because you know, the progress and development of everything in Second Life was moving so quickly, I could not keep up with it. It's just like how, you know, the graphics in WoW over the years have been improving. Like, when you compare what the characters look like in vanilla WoW to how they look now, it was just like that, basically, with Second Life. So I was kind of left behind in the dust because I couldn't learn quick enough, you know, how to do this stuff. Like, I didn't know how to make sculpted prims because I don't know how to make 3D objects. I don't know how to digitally sculpt. Like, these are not skills I have, you know. Like, I'm an illustrator. I know how to do digital art and drawing and make two-dimensional art. I don't know how to make three-dimensional art. I don't know how to use Maya or ZBrush or any of this stuff. Definitely not my skill set. So people started making like mesh prims and sculpted prims and stuff that was like really, really nice, and everything that I created was made with just regular old-fashioned prims. So my stuff at some point just didn't look good anymore, and it didn't move nicely, and it was just old and clunky. I was basically like making vanilla WoW stuff in the modern day WoW, if that helps you guys understand it a little bit better. So like, my stuff was super out of date, old school, while everybody else was making really nice, modern, pretty things. Looks good. Need to hop out for a voice meeting. Talk to you later. See ya, Babone. Thank you for watching. So basically what happened is I got to a point in Second Life where I just couldn't keep up and I stopped making stuff. But I kept my shop up. And then it got to the point where I couldn't even afford my shop anymore because I wasn't making sales. So luckily Second Life had something called the Marketplace, which is completely virtual, just online. So I didn't need to have a physical space in the game anymore. So I eventually got rid of my shop, which made me sad because I really did like having a physical store where people could like go and buy my stuff. Like it was really cool because you could decorate the store however you want, just like a store in real life, you know. But you had to pay monthly rent to have your store, and I just could not afford it. So when I was doing really good, making a lot of sales, it was really easy to pay my rent. But when people stopped buying my stuff, you know, it was like I was just losing money at that point. So the smarter thing was to just pack up and leave. One of these days I'll post some pictures of my shop so you guys can see it. It was called Otaku Designs, DZNS. Yes, very old school anime. And yeah, I had a good time in the days of the Second Life. My very first role-playing sim that I got into there was a Naruto role-playing sim. It was the Konoha Village, so you get to be a leaf ninja. And they literally made you RP from the ground up, so you started out like as a genin in the ninja school, and you had to like, you know, take all the exams and basically follow the same path as the characters in the anime. And we used to do a lot of, you know, RP combat and stuff, which, oh my god, some of these people, they would just write like monster paragraphs. And whoever could write the biggest paragraph wins the RP battle, basically. It was something else, let me tell you. My goodness. And then after that, I found this, it was like a high school role play, but for gay guys. So like me and my friends were really into yaoi back then. So we would do a lot of different yaoi role plays, and there was a school just for it. So it's like your, you know, gay anime high school. So we had a lot of RPs there. It was like MK University or something. And then after that, we started to make our own role plays. Like there was the Naruto, MK University, Vampire Knight, and then there was the City of Lost Angels, which was also known as Cola. That was like a dark RP kind of thing where you had like vampires and werewolves, and it was like a modern day dystopian city that was full of all kinds of like night creatures and monsters and demons and everything. So I used to go there and do some role playing as well. And then the other one was the Korean role plays. Oh my god. So I used to try to get into the Korean role plays, and it never worked out very well. So the Korean role plays were essentially based on these novels, and it's like a sci-fi kind of story, but like in this world these people are like super primitive, and you have like different caste systems. So you have like your men who are like the most upper class of castes, and then you have your women who are, you know, subservient like housewife types, and then you have your slaves that are like the bottom of the barrel. But like this whole thing was really pretty fetishy, I would say. Like when I'm talking slaves, I'm not talking like labor slaves, I'm talking like sex slave kind of stuff, you know? And it was mostly women. I mean, there were a few male ones, but it was definitely mostly women. And they were always very scantily clad. So it's like like every time I try to get into these Korean role plays, you know, I wound up being one of the freaking women's slaves, and they would just ignore me, and it was really annoying because I would just be like, you know, stuck in a cage or something all day, and nobody would role play with me, and I'd just be sitting there bored out of my mind. So I was like, why am I even here? This is the boringest role play ever. And like a lot of the people who are really into the Korean RP pretty much had their cliques, you know, they had their little friend groups. So for a total stranger coming in, it was very hard to get people's attention. So it was kind of like RPing in WoW, where you're just kind of sitting there with your TRP, just hoping somebody will approach you, you know. But you end up sitting there all day and not a single person RPs with you. Just that kind of like lonely feeling, you know, where you have all these great stories in your head and you want to express your character and have some really fun RP, and it just never happens. And that's how the Korean RP went for me in Second Life. It was a whole lot of nothing happening. Nothing is happening, and I am so bored. There you go. I have no idea if there is still roleplay that happens in Second Life. I kind of wonder if there is. It'd be interesting. There was one more. There was this one roleplay place called Crackden. Yeah, that's really what it was called. It was the Crack Den. It was another like dark, kind of futuristic, post-apocalyptic kind of thing, similar to Cola. But I feel like Crack Den was also mostly just yaoi, like gay stuff. Like I don't remember any like straight couples there. But it was fun. But again, like, it was fun because I had friends back then who used to roleplay with me, and we had all kinds of stories going. So, like, I wasn't just wandering around alone, like, we actually, you know, wrote really good posts back and forth, and were completely immersed in our characters, so them's were the good old days, that's for sure. In and out of the stream, but it looks wonderful so far. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I've just been kind of rambling about like all kinds of different topics. Just rambling all day long about anything and everything. Like 2.5 hours of talking about just I have no idea what. I hope you guys are entertained. Like, let's see, I went from talking about mundane stuff, like the weather, to, you know, what I did over the past few days, which was a lot of just cooking and cleaning and errands and stuff, to talking about obesity and medication that helps with obesity, to talking about my experiences teaching and dealing with kids and babysitting, to talking about Second Life and roleplay and making a living with virtual commerce. Yeah. Yeah, man, like, covered a lot in this 2.5 hours. A lot of topics. And telling fledgling artists not to use the burn tool. Also talked a little bit about the history of DeviantArt and what a shit show that is. Like, DeviantArt is not a good place to post your art online anymore. To be fair, there really aren't any good places for artists to post their art online. Like, Twitter sucks. Instagram sucks. TikTok sucks. Tumblr sucks. Facebook sucks. Reddit sucks. Fur Affinity sucks. DeviantArt, we already established that went to hell. What else? Did I miss any of the main sites where people post art? ArtStation. ArtStation sucks. All of them. They really suck. Like, if you really want your art to be seen on the internet, you need to, like, make your own website and find a way to funnel traffic to it. Because you're never gonna get your art noticed on any of these sites. You're just gonna be buried under millions of other artists. Like, you're literally competing with the entire world of every artist in every country on every continent. So, unless you do something that miraculously stands out somehow, like something that's so creative and so different, like, you're just wasting your time on all of these websites. I hate to say it, but it's true. Like, I've been having a lot of artists message me lately and ask me, like, how do you get successful at being an artist? Like, how do you get so many commissions and make so much money every month? And, like, what can I do to, like, get some of that success? And I always feel bad because I tell these people, like, it's extremely hard. Like, I've been grinding away at this since 2010, and even before then. I mean, I've been posting my art on, like, DeviantArt since 2004, you know, trying to get it noticed. And I have literally never had luck in building a large following, ever. Even to this day, I still don't have a large following at all. Like, all the successful artists have, you know, many, many thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, or even millions of followers, and, like, they make really, really good money. So I feel bad that these fledgling artists are, like, looking at me and they think that me making, like, $1,200 a month is wildly successful, because it's really not. It's, like, I'm happy with it, I'm grateful for it. Don't get me wrong, like, I'm thrilled, because for me, in my current living situation, the money that I make every month is absolutely enough to pay my bills, you know, to buy groceries, to feed the cat, and make sure that I keep a roof over my head. But it's not enough to put away any money to save, you know? It's pretty much the same as living paycheck to paycheck every month. Like, I make just enough to get by and have everything I need, but I don't make enough to put anything away for a rainy day or to, you know, retire on someday. So, I'm probably not gonna retire ever. I'm gonna be working until I die. If you kiddies think that that's success, I don't know. To me, success would be like, you know, working my way up to making a at least closer to maybe a 6-figure income, and then being able to, like, buy a house, pay it off completely, and then put some money away to retire. Like, that to me would be success, if I could ever achieve that. Which I don't know. I mean, I don't know as an artist if that's something I will be able to achieve. But, you know, at least it's a goal. It's something to strive for. But yeah, all these young impressionable artists are asking me all these questions now about how I became successful. And I feel bad because I don't feel like I am successful. It's like, oh man, that's such a loaded question, you know? I mean, I am successful, but I'm not. You know what I mean? Like, being able to actually make a living at doing art and not having to work a side job is a form of success. Because I do well enough being an artist that I can finally say, like, yeah, this is my full-time job. And that's something I always wanted. However, if I wasn't living in HUD housing, the money that I do make wouldn't be enough to really live anywhere in America. So I would probably be living in a van or something. Which, you know, some people have some pretty good souped up vans. Ain't nothing wrong with that if you're into that kind of lifestyle. So, yeah, I mean, everybody's definition of success is different. Like, for me, my definition of really being successful is just someday being able to get a house and, you know, having enough money that I can retire. And that's really it. That's kind of all that I have left that I really want to do. Is just achieve those things, just get a house and save up so I can retire someday and just live out my life, you know? And if I got to be like really successful, more than I could possibly imagine, I would want to give back and like help people out, you know? Because I feel like everybody who makes it big, like if you become rich, you know, you should pay it forward, like do something good for the world and not just like hold on to your money and hoard it. So I would definitely want to contribute. So there you go. If I could. And I have been getting a lot of questions from these young artists as well about commission stuff. So one of the things that I have been thinking of doing, and I kind of already did this once, but like making an art advice section in my server for these folks, because I kind of feel like you know, we're growing enough artists in my community that it would be really helpful for them to have that, like just give like a section to just give a little bit of advice, you know. So that could be nice. Yeah, no, I don't like that color. I mean, it works on the gloves, but not really there. So we're gonna leave that as is. So I just did all that for nothing. Oh well. We're getting close here to having all the color flats done for the character himself. But yeah, it's always interesting when people ask me like, oh, how do you price your artwork? And how do you, people have been asking me, how do you get commissions, you know, in WoW? And all I can tell them is just like, you know, you gotta use TRP and you gotta be in the roleplay servers to advertise. You gotta be on Wormrest Accord and you gotta be on Moonguard because those are the two most high population World of Warcraft roleplay servers. And role players are the people who commission art the most for World of Warcraft because they really are invested in their characters and they want art of their characters. So those are the people you gotta look for. You gotta advertise to the role players. Yeah. Use TRP. And then also pray that you don't get like the jerks on WoW who like see you advertising in TRP and then report you for violating the terms of service of WoW, you know? I'm always worried about that, honestly. I'm like, one of these days there's gonna be somebody who just hates me and just has it out for me. And they're just gonna like report me. And then Blizzard is just gonna ban my account. For all the for all the advertising that I do in TRP. And all like the off-site money that I've made off of this game. So let's just pray, guys. Pray that this doesn't happen. Oh, that would be terrible. Especially because I'm really, really attached to my character and my account. Like, I put... Oh my god. Let's see. How many hours? /played. 295 days, 7 hours, and 14 minutes, and 45 seconds. So, I've been playing on Amma for 295 days. And that's just Amma, because I have a lot of other tunes. So, yeah. I would be devastated if my account got banned. I have put so much money and almost a full year of my life into this game. So, yeah, let's hope we don't meet any mean people who want to do stuff like that. No mean people! Alright, now we gotta do color holds for stuff. Stuff and things. Color holds. Anywho, I am going to mute the microphone for a little bit because, like, I've been talking for almost 3 hours and, like, my throat is starting to get a little hoarse, so I'm gonna just, like, give it a little bit of a rest and just go to, you know, quiet streaming, I guess. I mean, you'll still have background music, but that's basically it. And of course, if anybody, you know, wants to talk in the chat, I will obviously turn the mic on and respond because I do talk to you guys. I do read the chat and see everything that gets posted. Luckily, I am not that big of a streamer where my chat is moving 10,000 miles a minute. Therefore, I'm actually able to keep up with it and have like one-on-one conversations with every single one of you. So yeah, for anybody who wants to chat, I will be reading and seeing what you like. But for now, we are going to mute the microphone. So enjoy the show. I'm pretty much just going to be doing color holds for, you know, probably the next hour. Color holds take a lot of work. Alrighty. hello, Blueberry Pop Tart. I love your name and thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Three, two, one, zero, zero.
buddy. So I am pretty much done for today because it is midnight and I am pretty tired. We did just about 6.5 hours today. So, well, maybe 6 because we had a couple of breaks to, feed the cat, go to the bathroom and all that. But, that's a good session. So tomorrow I'm going to finish painting the background because I need to refine it. I gotta, add more to it. Blending, texture, contrast, and all that stuff. Shading, highlights, glowing effects for the fell. And I also have to do the shading and highlights and glowy, particly effects for the character. And Bibble just crawled on me. Bibble. Aww. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. And I'm just gonna call it a night because I am very tired and it's just about my bedtime. And 6.5 hours, that's about all I can typically stay focused for when I'm working on like really intense, very detailed artwork. So call it like, artist ADHD, once I start going over 6 hours, getting close to 7, my brain starts to get a little loopy, from staring at this thing. That's when I need to take a moment away from it and then come back to it. And then I can see everything with clearer, fresher, less tired eyes. So yeah, I hope everybody has a wonderful night and I will see you guys again tomorrow. Take care all. Bye bye.